उड़ाए हुए थे उड़ाए थे ड्रोन की ए होते भी नहीं तू रडार दे कनक पड़ते भी नहीं तू इधर से
अदर बोल फिर
टेप को डेस्टो खाली करो
आज यार स्कूटर के
आई मिसाइल नहीं दिने ड्रोन के मारे ला मान हाने नहीं जी भला
ओ भैया
उड़ाए थे ड्रोन के बा उड़ाए हुए थे उड़ाए थे ड्रोन की ए होते भी नहीं तू रडार दे कनक पड़ते भी नहीं तू
Okay, these are pictures from Kutch border of Gujarat, along Gujarat's Kutch border with Pakistan, and there it seems India's air defenses brought down one drone coming in from the Pakistani side, and those locals have shot this on their phone, and that's the interception, that's the impact. Look at this. These are pictures clearly showing the scale of Pakistan's escalation, and these are civilian areas. Kutch is so spread, it's almost like one quarter of Gujarat's territorial space, and for Pakistan to be targeting civilian areas in Kutch speaks of the absolute loss of thinking. Good for India, but Pakistan there showing absolute lack of military strategy. Good for India again, but Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, that's the information. Can we break that information? Because it is significant. It is connected with the developments about which could gain more salience as the day progresses. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called for a meeting of the National Command Authority. Now that's a body in Pakistan which is responsible for making decisions and exercising control over Pakistan's nuclear forces and related program. Is Pakistan going nuclear? Because India has escalated and made sure that Pakistan pays for every escalation that it is carrying out, and India has responded in kind, mirroring Pakistan's escalation. Now, Pakistan's Prime Minister calling for a meeting of the National Command Authority. That's a significant escalation again. Let's look at more details coming in. Can we go to Srinagar again? Can we go to Jammu again? That's where the action is. And can we take an update on what's happening in Delhi? If we have a reporter somewhere. Okay, we have Gursimran, and that's, I believe, there are reports of Pakistani Air Force losing some jets on their side of the border also, apart from two that have been downed, possibly on our side with the jets falling our side. Gursimran is again live with us. And Gursimran, you are reporting from your city. Jammu is your city. It is under target. Okay, fine. Before I go to Gursimran, this is an important development. This is a major escalation. If we can get some defense experts, at least on phone. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called a meeting of the National Command Authority. Now, this is a body which deals with Pakistan's nuclear bombs and nuclear assets. Is Pakistan thinking that in its madness it can go nuclear? Is it Pakistan nuclear saber rattling? Can we put this line out? Pakistan nuclear saber rattling with nuclear weapons. Okay, Pakistan Prime Minister lines up the meet with NCA, which deals with its nuclear assets, nuclear bombs, and that's a serious escalation. This should be noted as we carry out our press conference in a while from now. It's 7:30 a.m. 10 o'clock is when the press conference is to happen. Gursimran is live with us. Gursimran, your city, Jammu, is under attack. What all areas have been attacked by Pakistan? And are these missile attacks, has this happened because of shelling? Please tell us what's happening, the latest.
See, projectiles have been fired in the civilian areas by the Pakistan. That is what the confirmation we are getting from the ground zero, that the civilians have been hit, the civilian houses have been direct target of the Pakistani projectiles, temples have been hit in the Jammu, the residential areas have been hit, and these are the direct impacts. These are not the splinter impacts. They have been targeted intentionally by the Pakistan. The 4 of the casualties have been, 4 is the number of casualties so far. 3 people have been killed when the residence of the additional Deputy Development Commissioner in Rajouri was hit in the Rajouri district, and 1 lady in the forward area of Mendhar, Fatima B, she has been killed in the Pakistani targeted strike that Pakistan has taken so that they can kill the civilians here. In Jammu, there have been at least half a dozen locations that have been hit, but also the situation on the international border continues to be fragile. We are traveling to the international border. There, the heavy exchange of fire is being reported between the Indian side and the Pakistani side. What Pakistan is doing, that they are trying to carry out the targeted attacks in the border areas as well by increasing the range of their artillery. They are now targeting the civilian setups that are close to the international border, and now we are told that the BSF is giving them a befitting reply, but the overall situation that we see here is Abhishek, concerning, because the civilian areas are being hit. Pakistan knows that they cannot match the might of the Indian armed forces, and that's why it is the civilians that they have chosen to target. But the civilian says that they have their spirit high. They want the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to teach Pakistan a befitting lesson that it learns for the lifetime, and this comes to an end. But there are air raid sirens that are being activated every single minute, Abhishek, because you know that in Jammu there have been a number of military installations that are very vital, not only for India, but Pakistan also wants to tend them, and that's why they are taking an aim at these locations. Even today morning, a major attack to target the Jammu airport was foiled by the India's air defense system. Abhishek.
All right, let's go to Srinagar now. Thank you so much, Gursimran. And Zeenath is reporting live from Srinagar now. And Zeenath, over to you. How close are we to finding those debris of the Pakistani Air Force fighter jets that have been downed by our systems, our air defense systems?
Some part of the debris has been found in the Lasjan area. This is the outskirts of Srinagar, where the police and the other people have also reached, and they will be confiscating the material that has been lying on the ground. They will be confiscating it. Meanwhile, the search operations are taking place, and because the pilots that have ejected from these 2 Pakistani jets are still at large. The police is trying to hunt them. As far as the situation in the Kashmir Valley is concerned, the situation remains tense, because we have seen in Rajouri that the ADC lost his life because of the shell that hit his home. Meanwhile, 2 more injuries are being reported from Rajouri. He was the one who was assisting yesterday, Deputy CM yesterday during his visit to Jammu regions. He attended the CM's conference through videos, and then as far as jury is concerned, we are seeing that escalation is going on in entire Jammu. Temples have been hit. In Kashmir Valley, as far as the Kashmir scenario is concerned, yesterday also we heard people, the loudspeakers were used, asking people to put off the lights, stay indoors. Even when today in Srinagar, when the 2 jets were shot down, so that has created a fear among the population. With the result yesterday, even the 5 to 10% population that was on road, they are all staying indoors. Nobody is moving out. We are seeing more the deployment of the forces, and yes, some attraction has been in the Lasjan area where this jet has been shot down, and some part of the debris has also been found. If you remember that recently in South Kashmir, there was another material that was found of the Pakistan. There was one more jet that was shot down, though there were no claims from the India or the Pakistan to whom that jet belongs to, but that also caught an attention of the people. Now that it is more an open war that we see, where the sirens are blaring during this dogfight, the Pakistani jets were shot down. Srinagar International Airport has been put on alert. Yesterday also the action was thwarted. So Pakistan is trying this. This drone incursion was found almost in 26 locations in Jammu and Kashmir. Yesterday also in the morning, the blast sounds were heard that has kept residents on toes after seeing this kind of situation, because despite the Kashmir has a history of conflict of more than 3 decades now, but this kind of situation has never been seen by the population around. So even the kids who had seen the peace being established, the kids between the age of now 8 to 10 years, they have never seen this kind of shutdown or this kind of fearful atmosphere. So everybody is on the toes that what will happen next, because this is an open war between India and Pakistan, where we see that the Pakistan violating the airspace, they are into the dogfight dogfight of India and Pakistan is going on, where the two Pakistani jets have been shot down. This also tells you that the alertness on the ground and also the preparation that was done by the joint forces or the AF to deal with the upcoming challenges. With the result, the two Pakistani jets have been shot down. The alertness we see in Uri, the people are being asked to stay indoors, remain alert, don't move out, because this is a time when you have more injuries and casualty, because your enemy is with the intention only to inflict more and more casualty or injury. Now needs to be seen how we can thwart all those actions. The action that the Pakistan has engaged with the India for the last 3 weeks now, seeing coming up from the Pahalgam attack and then from the ceasefire violation, the agreement that was violated by the Pakistan after this agreement was signed. You remember in 2021 in February, when both the countries decided to let's not violate further and let's have some peace on the borders. With the result, the border belts of Kashmir and Jammu were thriving with so many activities. But now things have definitely worsened on the ground. It's not only about the Indo-Pakistan war. See, point is that even when there will be a de-escalation, what will happen now? As we are seeing, Kashmir is going to be another conflict zone, because now there's a ceasefire violation. This is there. The ceasefire agreement has gone. Pakistan in coming time, once this situation de-escalates, we will be seeing more infiltration attempts. We will be seeing more ceasefire violations. The border belts will again be caught in that fire. So there will be more anti-terror operation. And in case the J&K police, who takes care of the law and order in Jammu and Kashmir, the frontline force, if they are not able to control the situation in future, then we will be again seeing the law and order erupting in the Kashmir, which has taken a backseat in the last 5 years rather, after the abrogation of Article 370. We don't have to see only that there is an escalation between India and Pakistan. We have to say what will happen once there is a de-escalation, once the things turn better. What next for the Kashmir, for which the government of India tried very hard to establish peace, to get the development, to get infrastructural boost to Kashmiri people and to win the confidence. Will Pakistan allow that peace again? Because at present, we are seeing that the things will be bad for Kashmir in coming time, even after the de-escalation takes place. What will happen? How the security grid will be upgraded further? What kind of machinery will be brought in? Because now this is like an open wound now. Because if you are not able to give some stitches or to put a proper ointment, definitely you will have to keep this wound will remain open, because it is not only about the de-escalation between the two countries. It will be more about how the Pakistan will and its terror machinery will react to Kashmir now after this de-escalation process will take, because we have been seeing, the Jaish-e-Mohammed family, the Azhar Mohammed's family has been hit. They have also confirmed that 14 of its people with the aid have lost their life. Will terror machinery come back in the same form, or this is the lesson that the Pakistan...
All right, Zeenat, all right.
Zeenat.
Effectively dealing with a terrorist state, and all these pictures clearly show the kind of havoc a terrorist state can cause. But of course, it's being retaliated to, it's being responded to. And in just about a couple of hours, we would know from our Army and Ministry of External Affairs officially what scale of damage we have inflicted on Pakistan. And while we discuss that and we get those ground reports, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called a meeting of the National Command Authority, which is the body which oversees Pakistan's nuclear bombs, nuclear assets. So is Pakistan nuclear saber rattling? To understand that, we are being joined in by strategic affairs expert Saurabh Shukla. He's joining us live from Washington, D.C. Saurabh, your sense, is Pakistan clearly nuclear saber rattling?
This is something which the Pakistanis are also trying to do, to tell the world that they can go to any extremes, because they realize that they've got India's onslaught in response to their drone attacks against Indian civilian and military installations. India has gone on the offensive and taken on Pakistan really strongly, and now they're trying to saber rattle. If you know, in the past as well, whenever there has been a conflict of sorts, they have tried to do that, hoping that the Western community, international community, will come to their rescue. But they have to realize that the world has seen through Pakistan's duplicity, and hopefully not only will they come strongly, but they will restrain Pakistan from taking any foolhardy decision, because as they say, they are irrational players. Yeah, Abhishek, yeah.
No, I mean, this is serious, and the world community should take note of it, Saurabh. It just can't be left to the Pakistanis. You are right, they are absolutely mad, irrational people, and if the world community just watches, we are looking at serious escalation.
Absolutely, you're right. This is something, they have been crossing red lines since India's attack on what was terrorist infrastructure. Pakistan has been repeatedly crossing the red line by attacking India's civilian infrastructure and, military installations now. Clearly, Pakistan is the one which has been crossing red line, and it's time that international community should get to these Pakistani generals and tell them and read the Riot Act. Clearly, because this is true. Although I must tell you here, and also our viewers, Abhishek, they try to do this kind of announcement, also try to spread it to, spread some misinformation and disinformation. So while you and me are talking, we also have to caution our viewers here that we will be verifying this completely as well. Yeah, Abhishek.
I think it's gone way beyond, misinformation or disinformation. Saurabh, effectively, we are in a state of war. Pakistan has carried out missile strikes on Indian targets, not just military targets, but even civilian areas. There have been some casualties reported, and obviously India had to hit back. And when India has hit back, Pakistan comes out with nuclear saber rattling. Obviously, it also shows, by the way, the kind of lack of depth that Pakistani war machine has, that immediately they are escalating in terms of a nuclear option, with the Prime Minister of Pakistan calling meeting of the National Command Authority. We'll continue with these, we'll continue with this conversation. Okay, you make quick comment, then I go to ground reports. Quick comment.
Yeah, the quick comment is this, that, I'll tell you, Abhishek, the challenge is this, that for the Pakistani, as we mentioned, they don't have a complete civilian control. This is the Pakistani army and ISI which effectively controls these assets, even though by charade they have the Prime Minister who controls it. So that's the reason why these irrational madmen that they control Pakistan's strategic assets, they need to be dealt with very sternly. And I think we should be proactively engaging with this. And I'm sure as you and me are talking, an operational should be underway, which we should not be talking about now at this stage, to neutralize that threat as well. Abhishek.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Jammu and let's go to Srinagar again and see what's happening, because that's where the theatre of war seems to be. Erawat is joining us live from Uri. Erawat, is the shelling continuing? We have seen some casualties being reported from the Jammu area because of the cowardly targeting of civilians by Pakistani forces. What's happening in Uri?
Abhishek, we have seen that there are the reports from the Uri sector that the property have been damaged at the various locations here in the Uri sector. As we have seen that the continuous heavy artillery fire is on from the both sides in the Uri sector. We have seen that there was some lull period for the 30 minutes, but we have seen just a few minutes back we have heard that the loud bangs here in the Uri sector also, and also we have heard that the Jammu and Kashmir police is also requesting the locals here in the don't go outside your homes, and also requesting if anyone has found any suspicious object in the premises, and he should also to inform the police at the earliest. But overall the situation is in very panic here in the Uri sector, as we have seen that the continuous shelling is going on as of now. That we have just heard that the more rounds are being fired from my backside, from this very side, that the area it's in the Uri sector, Abhishek. We have heard that the loud bangs are here in the Uri sector also. The Jammu and Kashmir police and the administration is here on the toes here in the Uri sector. But we have also seen that the Indian army is giving the Pakistani troopers a befitting reply from the various locations, not only from the single side, but from the various sides that the
from Jammu.
Yes.
we can go to Gursimran. Okay, there are some more pictures coming in of the kind of attack that has happened and the strikes that we have carried out to avenge that attack. And let's look at those pictures even as I go to Gursimran. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, you are reporting from which part of Jammu? And please tell us, you are traveling, are you moving in which directions? Gursimran, are you moving to an area which has been affected by Pakistani airstrikes? Please tell us.
Abhishek, I'm moving to the international border because things are scaling up at the Indo-Pakistan international border. That is what I'm being told by the officials of the Indian Border Security Force. They are saying that the Pakistan is now scaling up and targeting the civilian areas. They are targeting the areas that have never been touched in the past. BSF says that the Pakistan has breached the red line that always remains there, that the civilians will not be touched no matter what kind of escalation is there on the borders. But this time, Pakistan has increased the range of their artillery. They are targeting the areas deep inside, and that's why they have been warned and a befitting reply is being given. There have been a continuous exchange of fire that is taking place between India and Pakistan on the international border. One more thing, Pakistan has targeted the civilian areas. Civilian areas have been targeted here at the Indo-Pakistan international border, and there have been n number of calls, n number of attempts from across the border that have been foiled by the security forces and the air defense system. The air defense system.
Also, please tell us which other military installations have been targeted. Remember, we have Udhampur close to Jammu, we have Nagrota close to Jammu, we have Pathankot close to Jammu. Please tell us what's the update from there.
We are picking up that the bases are secure. All the bases, be it Udhampur, where a major attempt was foiled by the air defense system. Another attempt was made. It was multiple attempts were made on the Pathankot air base. Pathankot air base is secure. That is, we are getting to know is secure and even running, is operational as of now. Apart from this, the third thing that has come forth, that the Jammu airport is also secure. Though Jammu airport has survived in last 3 days more than 100 attempts of the drones to target its runway so that it cannot be operational for the usage of the Indian Defence Forces. But all the threats have been foiled, and now what we are looking that there has been an escalation from the Pakistani side.
All right, Gursimran, in fact, I'm getting breaking news development. Can we go BBG with that, which is that Pakistan has suffered major losses in its dogfight with three of its aircraft coming down. In fact, there was earlier confirmation of 2, Shawan. What more can you tell us? I am hearing there is another third Pakistani Air Force jet which has been down. Possibly on their side it has fallen, but then 3 kills now with IAF insofar as their dogfight with the Pakistani Air Force is concerned. Shawan.
Intensified air battle that is basically underway right now. We are not disclosing the location of the air battle that is underway. What we can confirm is that at least 2 of the Pakistani Air Force jets have been brought down. And Abhishek, you're getting us the latest information about the 3rd Pakistani Air Force fighter jet being brought down. I do not personally have that information right now. But having said that, all that I was told right now from my sources is that it has basically intensified, and the line that was basically added that Pakistan is staring at major losses as this air battle intensifies. This has been going on for the last few hours. There have been cap formation on the Pakistani side, and the very fact that our airspace was actually breached. So we are looking at this morning around 8 o'clock, we are looking at an air battle that is intensifying after the missile launches came in from the Pakistani side, and thereafter the retaliation from the Indian side of at least 3 of the Air Force bases inside Pakistan are being completely decimated is what we are being told. In fact, ballistic missiles that were being launched towards Indian cities have been intercepted. Indian cities have now been once again protected by the armed forces. But as far as the condition in Pakistan is concerned, there's absolute chaos, because right now you have the Pakistani government basically calling again for a special assembly, and the fact that you have the Pakistani army essentially looking at major losses at various fronts. However, they've said officially they've started the operation. It's part of their retaliation. One thing is very clear, that the drone attacks that have taken place in the last 24 to 48 hours was primarily a kind of a reconnaissance that was carried out by the Pakistanis to make an assessment of our air defense system and whether at all there is any sort of a loophole and whether at all they can take advantage of the loopholes that exist. But interestingly, India was aware of this kind of tactic that was being employed by the Pakistanis, and that is the reason why some of our major air defense systems like the S-400 was not only used. Now, what you're seeing on your screens, this is one of the airbase that has been completely destroyed. I was this morning told about 3 such locations. Now, this information perhaps would be a little dated right now because this information that we had received was around 5 o'clock this morning, and in around 5 o'clock this morning we had a confirmation with regards to at least 3 locations where last night there was a massive retaliation that actually took place. Now, in Pakistan itself, remember this was only after the ballistic missiles that were being launched, and thereafter the response actually came in. The 3 air bases, that's the Noor Khan Air Base, which is in Rawalpindi. As far as Chakwal is concerned, there too you have the Pakistan Air Force base named as Murid, and Rafiki happens to be was destroyed. Well, let's also take you through more details now coming in. As far as Pakistan's airspace is concerned, a NOTAM has already been issued. Pakistan has cleared their airspace till about this afternoon. They're essentially worried about a retribution coming in from the Indian side. As of now, there's an ongoing operation. As we understand, that could also be because of the dogfight that is underway right now. At least 2 of the Pakistani Air Force jets have been brought down. There's another information coming in for the 3rd. This is the 3rd such Pakistan Air Force base that has been brought down. Now, just to take you through these images that have come in, most of it has now been shot by the Pakistanis because this also happens to be in the air. This is a military base of the Pakistanis. Now, as far as Rawalpindi Air Force Base of the Pakistanis are concerned, now there are multiple squadrons of the Air Force which has now been targeted. We are being told that the air defense system was already brought down by India. That was yesterday, and now you have Pakistani Air Force squadrons completely left vulnerable after the air defense system was broken down. In fact, Abhishek, if you really look at the strategy that has been employed by us, one, you have the air defense system being completely decimated, which leaves these military air bases extremely vulnerable, and now you have details emerging that the air bases were struck later earlier today. In fact, India essentially saying that these are counter-match retaliation. This is because of the ballistic missiles that were being launched by the Pakistanis.
Well, yes, Shawan, you're making a very important point. These are pictures from the Noor Khan Air Base on the outskirts of Rawalpindi. Remember, this is the Pakistani military headquarters. It's just about 10-15 kilometers from where the Pakistani army chief sits. And India has taken down the Noor Khan Air Base, a substantial part of it. And that really shows the ineffectiveness of their air defense system, their radars. What were they doing? They were sleeping like they were sleeping when Americans came to pick up Osama bin Laden, whom they were hiding right under their nose. And Saurabh, this is a major strike by India, and this is also a measure of India's prowess vis-a-vis Pakistan, India's conventional superiority vis-a-vis Pakistan. Saurabh, are you there? Saurabh, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. This India has responded to Pakistan's, I would say, escalatory tactics in trying to spread this whole drone fear and now trying to attack Indian locations. All we have done is now we obviously have decided to respond with our full might, and also making sure that after destroying Pakistan's air defense, we are also now hitting at their strategic targets. And as you mentioned, this airbase is very, very critical for them, and obviously in some way nerve center Pakistan Army's headquarters is there, and obviously this will be a big setback once we completely verified also yet again that how much of a damage has happened. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. And, these pictures really speak for themselves. We have, in fact, more pictures. We'll put them across. The manner in which Rahim Air Khan Air Base has been hit, effectively made useless so far as Pakistani operations go. We are seeing a dogfight happening over the Srinagar airspace, as also, of course, the Punjab airspace with our combat air patrols countering the Pakistanis, in which the Pakistanis have suffered some losses. 2 of their jets downed while they were trying to make a bid on the Srinagar airport, and then another taken down, but we are told that the debris of that third Pakistani jet have fallen on their side, unlike in the case of the first 2, which have been down well within Indian airspace and Indian territory. And so we are looking at the possibility of those debris being found. Rawat continues to be with us from Uri, but there is not much action in Uri. Maybe I'll go to Gursimran if he's there. And Zeenat and Soumya and Rakshita, because that's where the action is. Gursimran is ready with us, live, coming back to you. Gursimran, keep it short. We'll go to other reporters also. I believe you're traveling towards the international border. Please tell us what's happening as you travel along.
See, Abhishek, we are learning heavy firing is going on. Loud bangs can also be heard at the locations, because what is happening that the Pakistan is now targeting the civilian areas. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that the civilian areas are bearing a deserted look, because most of the civilians, they have either left, or the female members and the children, they have left the houses. Only the male members are at the house. Reason being that Pakistan is now targeting these civilian areas.
Okay, there is a breaking news development. Hold on to your thoughts, Shawan. Breaking news development coming. I'm going to Shawan for that. Shawan, what's the update? Please tell us.
Well, it's the Fatah-1 missile that has now been intercepted in Haryana. That's the latest coming in. So you're looking at, as we have been saying, that the operation is ongoing. One more example of this, where the missiles which are still being fired, have now been intercepted. We are being told that the situation is under control as far as Pathankot is concerned. Udhampur and Srinagar is still going on. As far as Srinagar is concerned, the operations are still underway.
Absolutely. Shawan, is that another second missile that has been intercepted over Haryana airspace? Because remember, the first one was the Fatah-1 missile, which was intercepted above Sirsa. And are you suggesting that this is the second one, which means Pakistani escalation continues and we have to, of course, inflict costs?
Well, the Pakistani escalation still continues, and this we are witnessing in multiple forms. One, there is an airstrike that is going on. Second, there is heavy artillery firing that is still going on along the LC as well as the international border. Third, as far as drone strikes are concerned, there's no new report coming in. Till about 7 o'clock this morning, there are drone attacks. That have taken place. So a consolidated report at this hour with regards to the missile interception. Yes, in Haryana, there has been another. Then you have, as far as the situation over Srinagar is concerned, and there the air raid is still going on and the operation is still underway. In fact, I'm given to understand the air battle has only intensified, and that is the reason why perhaps, Abhishek, the information that you've got is with regards to a third Pakistani Air Force fighter jet that has been brought down. I was told that Pakistan has suffered major losses, so that could be indicative of the same. Third is with regards to the drone attacks that have been taking place. Drone attacks continued till about early this morning, till about 7 o'clock, and that was perhaps dispersed in a dispersed manner that we were looking at these drone attacks. Starting from Punjab to Haryana, as well as up north, where these drone attacks have actually taken place, but that seems to have been taken control of. And finally, with regards to the civilian areas that have been targeted, that it has been restricted to Jammu area.
Well, absolutely. In fact, let's, for the benefit of viewers who are joining the broadcast now, it's 8:06 a.m. We started rolling live at around 4:30 a.m. And since then, what has happened is at around between 8 and 9 p.m. last evening, Pakistan started second round of its drone swarm attacks. It followed it up with the surface to surface missiles. 6 of those missiles were launched, targeted at Indian cities from Udhampur to Pathankot to Amritsar, among others. And that's when India retaliated, targeting 3 of Pakistan's big air bases, including the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. And that's where the Pakistan Army headquarters are, following which, of course, now we are seeing Pakistan absolutely going mad and hitting here and there, including targeting Srinagar, targeting Jammu, and failing to hit any of those military installations in absolute frustration, hitting at civilians, including targeting religious temples, structures. And that really shows the deranged nature of the Pakistani military machine, that it's going to target essentially a jihadi machine, targeting religious structures. The most sacred of temples in Jammu, the Aap Shambhu temple, has been targeted. Of course, the Pakistani missile missed hitting that temple.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead. Saurabh, please go ahead.
Yeah, this Fateh, my source is telling me this Fateh missile that Pakistan is firing, that we have intercepted, is they are very, very keen to try and hit the national capital region. Our air defenses are robust, and that's the reason why we've been able to, twice now, I'm been told, informed by sources, have been able to stop this missile. So that's their whole game plan, because obviously, they have really escalated this, because now what they're trying to do is they're expanding their theater of attack. That's a very, very significant thing, which is a major escalationary step taken by Pakistan. So this is something which we want to tell our viewers now, that this is an escalation to the other extreme that the Pakistan is trying to do, because this is trying to take the theater of attack to our national capital region. So this is something where our air defense is robust and strong to deter it. But Pakistan, again, and I'm speaking out so that all our viewers and people who are watching us across the globe should know that Pakistan, as an aggressor, is now trying to expand this whole theater of attack.
Well, absolutely. And I wonder, Saurabh, whether it really helps Pakistan to spread itself thin. It hardly has ammunition for a week or 7 days, 10 days. And for Pakistan to be thinking that they can broaden this war into other areas. We have heard some reports of some projectiles coming in along Rajasthan border. And also remember, this is even before Indian Navy is pressed into service. And we had reports last evening, even from international platforms, that India has mobilized its naval forces massively. And that's really perhaps sending jitters. And the nervous generals have really lost their mind in broadening the conflict. Let's get more information and more breakings. Some helplines have been set up by local administration. And this seems like Indian civil defense really getting in top gear and making sure that there is no panic and situation is in control. Saurabh, but your word, Pakistan does not benefit in any manner by broadening this conflict at all.
It does not, but if you see, Abhishek, think of this as their devious strategy. On one hand, they're trying to strike a high-value target, and that's the reason in desperation they're trying to fire these missiles on a high-value target. On the other hand, I'm also told, and I'm sure your newsroom would have got, that they are trying to create a disinformation campaign. For instance, the Pakistani news channels were reporting, which was a complete fake news, that Delhi has been surrounded by drones, that they've targeted India's power, in grid. All that was fake news. We verified it. So one hand, they're trying to be desperate by trying these, through this missile attack. On the other hand, a lot of fake stuff is being spread. So people have to be aware of that. Go only and follow verified sources. This is what I want to tell all our viewers, because Pakistan is trying through every means possible to spread out disinformation, also misinformation, to put the morale down of our forces and also our people, but we are resilient and strong. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, and we are resilient and strong, and we are making sure that Pakistan pays through its nose for any military misadventure like it has happened last night. We are building up. It's 8:11 a.m. now, and the press conference by India is expected at around 10 a.m. Pakistani missiles intercepted all across from Srinagar to Jammu, from Udhampur to Pathankot, and from Amritsar to Sirsa. These are fresh pictures of, I believe these are pictures of a Pakistani jet having been down, or this is missiles. Okay, this seems like a reasonably good size surface to surface missile, and we will help viewers identify this in a bit. We'll get some experts joining us live in a bit to help us understand which missiles are these. This is one of the many, in fact, that have been downed, including, of course, 3 Pakistani jets. And we are told of which 2 have fallen on Indian side, 1 on the Pakistani side. Shawan, what are these pictures? Which missile is this? Is this where the Sirsa interception took place, or is it from Punjab?
Well, there are 2 interceptions that has taken place of the missiles. If I'm not wrong, Niranjan could just help us understand. I believe this would be the Haryana interception that took place. These are the surface-to-air missiles that are used. In fact, this is the Fatah 1 missile, which, in fact, the Pakistanis themselves have actually admitted of the missiles that have been fired from their side. So there is an admission from the Pakistani side. So as I've been pointing out, if you look at what has essentially happened is that they basically activated their bases in Sindh. They've activated their bases in Punjab as well as in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, because all the launches that you have essentially seen are from these very areas, and these areas there has been a counter match to it. And this is not only about what happened late last night. If you remember, Abhishek, what we broke yesterday afternoon was with regards to the precision strikes that actually took place from the Indian side. That was to do about 4 air bases. That was a confirmation that was given by our forces during the joint briefing. I was given to understand that part of it, this was basically just opposite to each of the sectors where we have largely seen the infiltration and the drone launches as well as the missile launches that have actually taken place. So that's the process that has largely been followed by our armed forces, targeting those very places from where, or the origin of the very places from where the attacks have actually taken place. So these are what they're calling a counter match. Perhaps some clarity is expected later today when the briefing is going to take place. It was scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning, and now we're being told that it has once again, it's been rescheduled sometime later as the operation is still underway.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we build up to that press conference, Saurabh, you know, the fact of the matter is that Indian response has been very, very effective, and the Pakistani defenses absolutely godforsaken, absolutely Chinese in terms of their quality, and hence easily breached. Look at these pictures that we have of all the Pakistani war machine targeted, their air bases hit, their runways pummeled, and you get a picture of complete conventional superiority of Indian war machine. Even as we bring down their missiles, we shot down their aircrafts, and of course we hit their air bases.
I think I want to add
okay,
that,
Saurabh, quickly, Saurabh,
yeah.
The conventional superiority is there, and that's why perhaps Pakistan nuclear saber rattling.
Absolutely, they're trying to, they're getting desperate, but I still feel that this is more of saber rattling than any real stuff. They know that even their conventional missiles, which they intended to reach high value targets in our national capital region and other places, have not, been able to breach our secure defense and our air defense. So obviously they're frustrated, but I want to say that we are already on the guard. We were expecting this. That's the reason why we have taken preemptive measures, and you will see.
Saurabh, we have so many pictures and videos of these debris that are falling after India, successfully retaliates and repels these air attacks that have been coming from Pakistan. Remember, let's go to Gursimran. Gursimran, it's not Amritsar. It is Shri Amritsar Sahib, and Pakistan has the temerity to attack Shri Amritsar Sahib with 50 plus drones last night. And this is the same Pakistan which talks about Kartarpur corridor. Gursimran, what is your sense? What is the scale of attack Amritsar has seen?
has been placed under the red alert. Now what we are picking up that immediately the red alert has been placed. Now what we are picking up that this is for an air raid siren that has been placed. The officials have sent an alert, and this alert reads that there is an immediate high alert, a red alert being placed across the Amritsar. Before Amritsar it was in the Bathinda, because Bathinda there was multiple explosions near the Air Force station in the Bathinda, and after the Bathinda's threat was eliminated by the air defense system and the local authorities, now an alert has been sounded at the Amritsar. So very likely that the Pakistan is now trying to target the bases of the Indian Army, the important bases of the Indian Defence Forces that can be detrimental to the security, that can be detrimental to the Pakistan. लगातार तस्वीरें जो हैं वो भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, लेकिन इस बीच अमृतसर को जो है वो हाई अलर्ट पर, रेड अलर्ट पर रख दिया गया है। सबसे बड़ा कारण ये है कि अमृतसर में एक महत्वपूर्ण सैन्य प्रतिष्ठान वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। कुछ दिन पहले की अगर बात करें तो वहाँ से जो है उन सैन्य प्रतिष्ठानों की तस्वीरें जो हैं वो पाकिस्तानी ISI मंगवाना चाहता था। 2 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी भी हुई थी। वहाँ से पाकिस्तान को ये लगता है कि उसके लिए बड़ा खतरा है, क्योंकि सरहद के पार से जब बिल्कुल सरहद से सटे इलाके से सुरक्षा बल ऑपरेट करते हैं तो पाकिस्तान की चुनौतियाँ बेहद ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती हैं। इससे पहले हमने देखा कि जम्मू एयरपोर्ट जो कि बिल्कुल सरहद के पास है, उसे आज सुबह तड़के 5 बजे जो है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई। जब वो विफल रहा, उसके बाद बठिंडा में जो भारतीय एयरफोर्स का बड़ा स्टेशन है, जो कि भारतीय आर्मी का भी एक बड़ा कंटोनमेंट है बठिंडा में, एशिया का सबसे बड़ा कंटोनमेंट, उसे निशाना बनाया गया। वहाँ पर पाकिस्तान विफल हुआ है। उसके बाद अब कोशिश जो है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से अमृतसर पर की जा रही है, लेकिन स्थानीय प्रशासन और सुरक्षा एजेंसियों ने जो है अब इस पूरे इलाके की अगर बात की जाए तो यहाँ पर जो है अलर्ट घोषित कर दिया है। अलर्ट का मतलब बिल्कुल साफ है कि अब हर आने जाने वाले जो एरियल ऑब्जेक्ट है, चाहे वो कोई ड्रोन हो या फिर किसी भी तरह का प्रोजेक्टाइल, तत्काल प्रभाव से उसे निष्क्रिय कर दिया जाएगा, वो चाहे किसी का भी हो। अब एक अलर्ट के दौरान जो है किसी को भी अंदर या बाहर जाने की इजाज़त नहीं है। इसके साथ साथ अब जो है आप देखिए कि जिसे कहा जाता है शूट एंड किल, तो ड्रोन या फिर किसी भी फ्लाइंग ऑब्जेक्ट के लिए शूट एंड किल के आदेश जो हैं वो अब अमृतसर में दे दिए गए हैं। तो आप मान के चलिए कि लगातार जिस तरह से पाकिस्तान ये कोशिश कर रहा है कि जम्मू कश्मीर में बड़े बेसिस को टारगेट किया जाए, अब वही जो है वो पाकिस्तान पंजाब में भी कर रहा है। पंजाब में बड़े बेसिस को टारगेट करने की कोशिश लगातार की जा रही है।
All right, Gursimran, thank you so much. I believe you are with Republic Bharat broadcast. We'll keep dipping in and keep getting you live, but we have more information coming in, which is that Pakistan is staring at major losses. 3 of its jets down, 1 on their own side and 2 on Indian side. Saurabh Shukla continues to be with us, and in fact, it seems that BSF has become active in the Firozpur sector and killed 1 Pakistani intruder, and the intrusion bid has been foiled. Remember, this is the second such intrusion bid that has been foiled by BSF Jawans over the last 4 days. Things really hotting up along the India-Pakistan front and on the western front for us and along the international border, both along the international border and the line of control. Saurabh continues to be with us. We are keeping it fast-paced, and Saurabh, too many pictures to prove the complete failure of Pakistani war machine. The manner in which their drones and their aircrafts and their missiles are falling like 9 pins. It's really proof that even those firing those projectiles have really lost their nerves. They are shaken and they are shaky.
And you know, the other thing I wanted to just brief our viewers and tell you as well that they're now trying to unleash their propaganda machine through some of these Chinese platforms, which are trying to obviously portray that their missiles are having an impact on Indian targets. So again, on one hand, they're trying their level best. They're being desperate to try and strike at any high value Indian target, which is their desperation showing. On the other hand, they're trying to unleash their propaganda war also to basically confuse people and try to create panic. So my request to all who are watching us today would be that don't panic. We are in control, and government is taking all the measures to make sure that this Pakistani aggression is completely repelled in the strongest way possible. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. And can we go to some sound bites that really give an idea of the kind of stupidity the Pakistanis have been indulging, targeting civilian areas, even as we keep going to reporters. Gopi is live. Only Gursimran is live. I want Soumya, I want Rakshita. Okay, we have a breaking news development coming in, which is that the briefing, official briefing, is to take place at 10:30 a.m. The joint MEA-MOD briefing, like it has been happening over the last 3 days, happens on the 4th day, also fronted by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, and of course the military side being presented by, from the Indian Army, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and from the Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. They're going to be there at 10:30 a.m. giving us a lowdown on India's operations, India's retaliatory strikes, and the manner in which India has responded to Pakistani escalation by a measured counter response. And that's what we are looking up to. 8:22 a.m. now, 10:30 a.m. the briefing time, exactly 2 hours and 8 minutes from now. The briefing takes place. Operation Sindoor getting into more active phases as India decides to make sure that this time Pakistan pays dearly for the Pahalgam terror attack, for being the terror factory, having eliminated the terror infrastructure with those first strikes at 9 places, the terror sanctuaries, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen and other launch pads. And now Pakistan inviting India to tackle the deep state also. And that's why Indian strikes, taking down their air bases, their air defense systems, and if need be, this would be taken further. There is no looking back. There is no pulling back. That seems to be the message. Gursimran almost reaching the international border, where the Pakistanis are escalating further, expending their ammunition, and perhaps in 4 days they would have nothing to shoot. And that's a good picture we are looking forward to. Gursimran, over to you. Please tell us and give us a picture of the broader area that you cover. So what has happened in Udhampur since morning? What has happened in Pathankot since morning? What has happened in Amritsar since morning? And the area you are reporting from?
See, Abhishek, if we speak of the areas, that is the worst hit area is Rajouri Poonch. That is the 4 casualties have been reported, the civilian casualties that have been reported here in the Rajouri Poonch, where a senior functionary official of the Jammu and Kashmir government, along with 3 others, have been killed in the Pakistan's direct targeting of the area. Second incident that has been reported, it is of the Udhampur. We are told that the Udhampur, another attempt has been foiled just now. It is either a projectile or a drone that has been brought down in the Udhampur. The second earlier, the Northern Command base of the Indian Army that was targeted by the security forces. This target was aimed at the carrying out the maximum targeting of the civilian areas, and also to disrupt the movement of the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces from the Udhampur base of the Indian Army. But that attempt was also foiled. That attempt was targeted at the airstrip of the Northern Army's headquarters, but that was foiled. Apart from this, if we speak of the situation that is in Jammu, there are several hits that the local residents have received, though there have been 3 to 4 injuries that are being reported, but there have been large-scale damage to the structures that have been reported in Jammu. We saw what has happened in the Rihadi area, where a house was hit. We have been there, and then we saw what happened in the Apshambu temple, which is a highly revered temple of the locals in Jammu, the old temple that is there, and the people throng there in the large numbers on every single day. That has also been hit. That entrance point has been hit by the Pakistani projectile that was fired from across the border. Third thing that we are getting to know, that in Amritsar a red alert has been issued. Red alert means that there is a possible air threat that is looming over the area.
Okay, Gursimran. Okay, hold on to your thoughts. Travel well and reach the border area there from where you are going to report for us. And I'm told Zenith is now live with us. Zenith is the one who confirmed first that Indian Air Force and India have successfully downed 2 of Pakistani Air Force fighter jets. Zenith is live now, also on the move, like all reporters of Republic Network, on the move always. Zenith, please tell us, how close are we to finding the debris? How close are we to locating those fighter pilots who might have ejected from the Pakistani fighter jets? Okay, Zenith, you need to switch on your mic and speak. Before that, can I go to quickly Saurabh, fast-paced developments. What are you expecting from the press conference? Are you going to get a complete lowdown on what has been India's achievement in terms of making sure Pakistan pays the price for escalation?
Absolutely. One of the things is that India is going to detail what Pakistan has been trying to, that the Pakistanis have now expanded the whole theater of conflict, so to say, because as I was saying earlier, what they're trying to do trying to hit out at high-value Indian targets is clearly a very bellicose response. And this is what is the message as you and me are talking. I know that we are also talking to some diplomatic interlocutors through our ambassadors in different parts of the globe to tell them that what is Pakistan trying to do. And we are being very clear that we will give a swift response, but we are exposing the Pakistani duplicity of them.
Saurabh, stay with us. Saurabh, I'm not letting you go. Give me 10 more minutes. Stay with us. Yes. I'm told. I know it's a little late in Washington, D.C. It's early morning here. But, I want to understand from you this nuclear saber rattling thing. But before that, I want to go to Zeenat again. We are also going to have Harsha join us live from Punch. But before that, Zeenat is on the move. Zeenat, if you fix your mic, please tell us what's the latest in terms of India's search for that those Pakistani fighter jet debris and the pilots who might have ejected?
The hunt for the pilot is still on. It is continuing. The combing operations are taking place to find those the pilots who were on board with these fighter jets that have been shot down. With these fighter jets that have been shot down by in Srinagar itself, we are picking that one of the debris has been found in Lasjan area of outskirts of Srinagar. The second debris has not yet been found. Meanwhile, the combing operations are taking place between the Srinagar, Baramulla and Budgam ridge, because this was the drones that were intercepted by the air defense system and later it was shot down. The loud bangs were heard in Srinagar itself. We are seeing the air sirens were there. This was a dogfight between the countries, and in which the two fighter jets belonging to the Pakistan have been shot down in the Kashmir Valley. The debris has been found in the Lasjan area this is the outskirts of Srinagar. Meanwhile, installations, the military installations, the red alert is there. People are mostly taking the precautions, most of them not venturing out. We are seeing the escalations between India and Pakistan when it comes to the borders, line of control, IB sector. We are seeing in Rajouri, the 3 people have died in the mortar shelling. This mortar landed at the residence of ADC Rajouri, one of the important officers of the civil administration of Jammu and Kashmir. This is the first casualty where the civil administration officer has been hit. Meanwhile, in Srinagar, we are seeing the deployment in the huge number. If my VJ Mubashir will show you the visuals from the Srinagar airport, you see most part of the road is desertly, hardly 2 or 3 vehicles that can be seen plying on the road. This is a deserted look of the Srinagar airport, because quite close to Srinagar International Airport is this road where you see that there is no movement at the moment, at a particular, very few people are out, because this has created a fearful situation in the Srinagar, because earlier it was more about the border belts where the civilian infrastructure, civilians were being targeted. But now we are seeing that Pakistan is trying to hit the summer capital of Jammu and Kashmir. The summer capital has been hit. We are seeing the action in Srinagar, in Avantipora, which is an Air Force base. You have the military installations there. One of the important junctures as far as dealing with the South Kashmir is concerned. South has remained hot in all these years due to the terror activities in South. We have seen in 2019 when this CRPF convoy was targeted. Then you have the Badami Bagh, which is one of the important installations that they have as far as the Badami Bagh cantonment area is concerned. Everything in the Srinagar city, in the adjoining districts has been up. We are seeing the deployment in the huge number, and it is definitely that we are seeing that India is also giving a befitting reply, although there has not been any damage to the military installation in all these attacks that were carried by the Pakistan in Indian airspace.
Right, Zeenat, absolutely. You have said it well that a battle of Srinagar happened and Pakistan had to make a hasty retreat, and in doing so it lost 3 of its fighter jets. 2 have fallen on the Indian side, 1 on the Pakistani side. The search for debris is going on. In fact, as Zeenat suggested, at least 1 fighter jet debris has been located. The search was going on for another, as also, of course, the pilots. Zeenat also said that life is normal insofar as Srinagar is concerned, that the Pakistani attack on Srinagar has been repelled. Remember, this Pakistan, which always sings Kashmir, Kashmir, is attacking Kashmir at all levels, from air, targeting Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir, and of course in Uri, with shelling. Those Kashmiri citizens are being targeted, and being shelled. Some of them injured also. I believe I can see Harsha in a bulletproof jacket and helmet reporting again from the frontier, from the border areas, from very close to the line of control. And Harsha, over to you. You were reporting those pictures of overnight shelling and firing that was going on late into the night. We were live at around 1 a.m. Now, what's the status in terms of Pakistan's shelling along the line of control?
So Abhishek, right now the place I am, it's not very far from the LOC. I can clearly say it's only 50 meters from the LOC, and if we talk about the aerial, it's only 5 to 10 meters from the Pakistan side. The visuals I'm showing you, because continuously the smokes could be seen, and how since morning 5 a.m. the last we spoke was at 1 o'clock, and from morning 5 a.m. there has been a heavy artillery shelling from the side of Pakistan, continuous artillery shelling, and the target are these villages. The villages right now on our frame, the target are these villages and the civilians of the Poonch city. There has been not a single second when we have not heard the shelling and the artillery, and in response from Mender and from different sides, wherever our posts are deployed, from everywhere, the retaliation response heavily is being given. Several places there has been the situation where continuously we have seen several visuals have come out of the houses burnt, vehicles burnt, the vehicles wherever they were parked at KG Top, at Serali and Sagara and different region, the vehicles and the houses have been burnt. But till now, the confirmation only of one casualty in the Poonch area has been reported so far. But this terrain where I'm reporting right now, it's also very close to the LC, and therefore we are wearing this bulletproof jacket and a helmet, because continuously in the morning time there was back-to-back LMG and the artillery shelling, and this only, and right at the top of the mountain where I'm standing, just below this mountain, there is a house which is completely burnt, and also there is a road, Aurangzeb Road, which is now completely that road is completely collapsed. So that's the intensity of the shelling which is happening from the side of the Pakistan. So right now the situation seems to be escalating. Yesterday night also, Abhishek, when we were speaking, we were speaking about the escalation and the intensity. Now the response will be coming from the side of Pakistan.
You mentioned that Aurangzeb Road has collapsed. This is not time just to collapse the Aurangzeb Road, but the Aurangzeb mentality, of which Pakistan Army is a very representative sample. Harsha, take care of yourself. We'll keep coming back to you even as Gursimran reaches another part of the international border and reports from there, even as Zeenat closes in on the debris of the Pakistani Air Force jets. We are joined in by Saurabh continues to be with us, and before I go to our guests, just a recap of what has happened over the last 60 minutes. It was confirmed that in a dogfight over the Srinagar airspace, Pakistan lost 2 of its fighter jets, and they have fallen on Indian side. Pakistan lost 3 fighter jets, of which 2 fell on Indian side, 1 on the Pakistani side. And also, we saw parallelly Pakistan continuing to launch some projectiles, including missiles, into Indian airspace, which have been successfully downed and tackled by very active air defense systems of India and the IAF. Of course, there are dogfights going on as we speak over the North Indian skies. Indian combat air patrols tackling the Pakistani Air Force. There is a clear case of escalation. Pakistan has targeted our military installations, not just military installations in Udhampur, Pathankot and areas like Srinagar, but also civilian population in Jammu, trying to target a temple also, Temple Aap Shambhu, which is a very famous and sacred temple for the Kashmiri Pandit community in Jammu. Before we go to Gursimran, quick comments, because we are building up to our press conference at 10:30 a.m. and before that, parallelly, there would be a National Command Authority meeting of Pakistan, which deals with nuclear weapons. So is Pakistan nuclear saber rattling. Guest with us, Brigadier retired Rajan Jamwal. And Saurabh continues to be with us. In a bit, we are going to be joined in by Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. Can I with your permission, Saurabh, take a dip with Gursimran? He's live from a different location. He has, I believe, completed his travel. Gursimran, over to you. Please tell us what's the latest.
Abhishek, right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Araspura sector. Here the firing is going on. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that the firing is going on between the border security force and the Pakistani Rangers. The Pakistani Rangers have started targeting the locations of the civilians, and that's why this area close to the international border has been closed. We have taken a shelter at a place, and in the backgrounds I assume that you will be in a position to hear the loud bangs because Pakistan is targeting the civilian areas. All the civilian areas are now under threat. All the houses that you see, they are under the range of the Pakistani shelling that is taking place. So this is what I am getting to know, that in the Araspura, in the Oktrai area, in the Arnia sector, everywhere there is a heavy shelling that is going on. That means Pakistan is now targeting these areas. They want to inflict maximum damage to the civilian population, and that's why they have escalated this situation on the international border. BSF has also come out with a statement. They have said that the Pakistan unprovokedly resorted to the heavy firing on the international border late last night around 9 p.m. Late last night, I beg your pardon, and then there has been a heavy retaliation. There have been losses to the Pakistani posts that are there. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that is the Oktrai post that where we used to travel without any kind of a restriction. But now what has happened, that this entire area that you see close to me, this has come under fire. Pakistan is now firing the 120 mm mortar shells, 151 mm mortar shells into these areas so that they can cause many damage to this civilian population, Abhishek.
Right, Gursimran, these are pictures of active engagement happening between the two sides. Gursimran reporting from a safe distance. Gursimran, keep safe, take care of yourself because as we said in the morning, this is going to be the long haul. Harsha in the meanwhile has reached a different location. Harsha, how far have you traveled from your earlier location, and is there an update? Is there something different happening? We can see some smoke billowing behind you. What's happening?
So yes, Abhishek, I traveled almost 20 kilometers at night. Last when we spoke, I was 20 kilometers away from the place I'm standing right now, because to get a proper visual from all the sides wherever Pakistan has guided the artillery shelling, and right now at different vantage point the smokes could be seen. From wherever the shells have been dropped from the side of Pakistan. Also, you could clearly hear also from the Digwar and from the Mendar side as well, from Sagara region as well, how the shells there's a continuous sound of the shells in the air, and that's what we have been witnessing since morning 5 o'clock. There was a high intensity for almost 1 hour. We have given those visuals also. Continuously for 1 hour there was no stopping from any side, from all these sides, all the sides of the Pakistan. There was the artillery shelling. They started it, and then in response India responded heavily. And there was also three drones 5:30 a.m. in the morning, which were intercepted right here at this part only. The drones were intercepted, so the sounds are clearly continuously, the shelling sounds we keep on hearing. And also there are several houses at the top of the mountain where I'm standing. Just 20 meters below me there are almost 5 to 6 houses completely burnt. There are 4 vehicles that are completely turned into ashes. Also, 1 casualty has been reported from Punch. Because of the security measures, the advisory has been issued to all the border villages which are near to the LC that no one should step outside. Everyone should stay intact inside and in the bunkers. So clearly we understand that this is going to heat up tonight as well. Back to you.
It's going to heat up, and before that the briefings and the meetings are going to heat up things. They're already hot. The India-Pakistan frontier is hot. India and Pakistan are in a state of war, and this war is of Pakistan's choosing. Pakistan has chosen to start it. India will choose to end it at its own terms. On that note, can I go to guests quickly for a quick comment? Hatf missiles used. Components of the missile found on the ground are of Hatf make of Pakistan. Pakistan's Hatf missile has been found, and that's a missile that Pakistan has. It is land-based tactical and battlefield range ballistic missile, and this is not exactly the most powerful missile of Pakistan, but it has a range of about 70 kilometers, and that's why perhaps used in Srinagar, Battle of Srinagar in the morning, 70 kilometer range, 500 kg warhead. Shawan, more information on this. What's the latest on this? Shawan. Okay, some mic issue there. We're sorting it out. Pakistan intended to target the Srinagar airport with Hatf-1 missile. It has a range of 70 kilometers and can carry a payload of 500 kilograms, a warhead of 500 kgs. The Hatf-1 missile is probably was deployed and has taken a hit because the Pakistani jets carrying it were downed. No, Hatf is actually a land-based missile, so it was a separate missile attack targeting Srinagar, is what is our understanding. Is my understanding right, Shawan? What can you tell us about this Hatf missile debris found from outside Srinagar?
Well, this morning there were some reports suggesting that this perhaps was the Fatah-1 missile, but it turns out that Fatah-1 does not even have that kind of a range. Now, there is a possibility it could be Fatah-2 because Fatah-2 has a longer range. But having said that, let me first take our viewers through the breaking news now coming in. We've been able to get specific details as to what was on the target. We've been told that Jammu Airport, Srinagar Airport and Pathankot Airport, they were basically the target. This was as a retaliation from the attack that was carried out by us. In fact, you've had 3 of the Pakistani Air Force bases completely decimated, and that is the reason why immediately thereafter this morning is when they tried to carry out an attack at least at 3 of these air bases, and the airstrip was also on the target. As far as the Pakistani air formation is concerned, the Pakistani air formation was essentially headed towards Srinagar. Remember, the distance is not much. It is roughly about a little over 50 kilometers. So the distance is not much for them to basically cross over, and that was the target. The dogfight that we are being reporting about, I'm given to understand that where Pakistan has faced some major losses. You are reporting, Abhishek, it's 3. As far as 2 of them, the pilots have already ejected. As we speak, the search operation is being still carried out because they're trying to find the location of these pilots that have ejected. There is also one more detail that I've been able to pick up is with regards to the other target, that is the Northern Command headquarters in Udhampur, where right now the situation has been brought under control, but no movement order has essentially been issued because right now most of these military installations are the biggest targets.
Okay, more pictures, more breakings. Indian Army has shared details of Pak escalation, and this is even before that briefing. Alisha sharing those pictures. These are pictures of the debris of the Pakistani missile that was launched and neutralized by us, and the ADGPI as part of Operation Sindoor sharing these details. Pakistan's blatant escalation with drone strikes and other munitions continues along our western borders. In one such incident today, ADGPI, which is in Indian Army's publicity wing, informs that today at approximately 5 a.m., multiple enemy armed drones were spotted flying over Khasa cantonment, Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed by our air defense units. Pakistan's blatant attempt to violate India's sovereignty and endanger civilians is unacceptable. Indian Army will thwart enemy design. These pictures are shared by Indian Army itself. These are pictures of the drone being neutralized. This is the Pakistani drone, and so look at the hit it takes and then the debris. Let's listen to those net sounds.
This on your screen right now, this is the interception, the moment the interception has taken over place at Amritsar. Now, important to highlight here, it is an armed Pakistani drone. The first set of drones, the first set of swarm of drones that came in from the Pakistani side, they were unarmed. This, we are being told, are completely armed and targeting the civilian areas and also certain religious institutions is what we are being told right now. In fact, it's important to once again highlight the fact that the army has now confirmed that these are armed drones. This morning, according to the statement that has now been issued by the Indian Army, they've said that Pakistan's blatant escalation with drone strike and other munitions continues along our western borders. In one such incident today at approximately 5 o'clock this morning, multiple enemy armed drones were spotted flying over Khasa Cant in Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed by our air defense units. Pakistan's blatant attempt to violate India's sovereignty and endanger civilians is unacceptable. On your screens right now, this is about the drones that have been used. Now, let me also tell you these armed drones that have been used, which have been used by Pakistan to attack yesterday. This is the Assis Guard Songar drones, which have been developed in Turkey. They are basically they are the armed UAV that is designed for tactical military and security operations. In fact, what we are being told is that this has a higher accuracy, and that is one of the reasons why. First, what Pakistan has essentially done, the first set of drones were the cheap Chinese ones. Thereafter, Turkish drones have also been used, and remember this has been support. It receives support from simultaneously from multiple platforms, and that basically is something that you've seen in various cities. These armed drones have actually been used. 26 last night. This morning again drone attacks have taken place in multiple cities. Some of it being targeting the military installations, and the others happen to be civilian areas where these drone strikes have taken place. Important to once again highlight that in terms of the damages, we're being told that all our military installations and Air Force base are absolutely intact. We haven't suffered any loss. Unfortunately, there are civilian deaths that have been reported, but that's mostly coming in from the LC area. That's because of the indiscriminate firing that we are looking at coming in from the other side. That's the reason why we've had civilian deaths. But as far as these drone strikes are concerned, it was only in Firozpur last evening when reports actually came in of a person being injured. Now, on your screens right now, these are the remains of the Pakistani drone. Now, we've just got a little bit of more information about these drones. What are these drones and their operational capabilities? In fact, I'm given to understand that it is completely built by a Turkish company and was given to the Pakistanis back in 2020. It was basically brought in along with the Turkish armed forces in early 2020. And this drone also has an automatic gun stabilizer, a recoil dampening, and titable barrel to maintain firing accuracy during the fight. Now, essentially, these were largely remote control drones that have been used so that they have a specific target, and the fact that this has been over the Khasi Cant in Amritsar, once again an indication that a military installation was being targeted. Abhishek.
Yes, there is a statement, I believe, from the BSF also, apart from the Indian Army, which has shown debris of the drones and some missile components. And also remember that Pakistan has been indulging in misinformation. They said that one of their missiles has targeted a BrahMos storage venue, a place where India stores its BrahMos missiles in Bias. Obviously, that's not the case. Then we had Pakistan claiming that one of India's S-400 systems has been destroyed based out of Adampur. Again, not the right information. I'm told Lalit Sharma now joins us live. He's reporting from Punjab border. And Lalit, from where you are reporting, can you quickly tell us what's happening around you? He's reporting from Pathankot. Lalit, over to you. Pathankot, what's happening?
Abhishek ji, right now where we are standing, it's in the Majra village, and first of all, let me show you the intensity of the drone which was being intercepted. So this is the impact of that drone, that around 2 feet deep hole has been witnessed here in the field. Luckily, no one has been hurt as it was hit in the open area. It's in the field. Right now we are here approximately in the outskirts of the Pathankot, and just a few kilometers away starts the Himachal boundary. But from the past, if we talk about early morning after 4, there has been a number of drone attacks from the Pakistan side, which has been successfully intercepted by the Indian air defense. Luckily, no one has been hurt here in the Pathankot area, but yes, the sounds of the explosions were being heard from the Pathankot area since early morning. Apart from that, if you talk about the LOC area of Amritsar also, particularly the Khasa region, there also early in the morning, the swarm of drones were being intercepted successfully by the Indian air defense. So no one has been hurt except in Firozpur, where yesterday 3 has been injured, but all across the Punjab border, whether it's Amritsar, Firozpur, Pathankot or Gurdaspur, there has been number of these such attacks which has been successfully intercepted by the Indian air defense. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. Another success story, the Battle of Amritsar, the Battle of Pathankot, and Indian air defenses making sure that all the Pakistani projectiles, the hostile enemy projectiles are neutralized, be it the missiles, the aircrafts, and of course the drones. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of achievement that we have already made, even as the war with Pakistan gets to next level. And can we get more? All right, we have Shawan continues to be with us, Saurabh Shikla continues to be with us, and we have Ambassador Deepak Vora joining us live. Ambassador Vora, since we dispersed last evening and now things have completely changed and completely escalated. We are in a state of war with Pakistan. How is it? How does it look like going from here?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, Ambassador. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you for waking me up, and thank those idiots across the border. Because we dispersed late last night, and I can see that you're looking as fresh as a cucumber early in the morning, but that's what India is all about. Always ready, always willing to take on the enemy. What I see is that the escalation ladder has been climbed. We don't go around declaring formally war anymore. This used to happen earlier, but not since the United Nations was formed. We just go and do what we have to. So the escalation ladder has been climbed. We are probably one step away from the top. And wars always acquire a momentum of their own. Human beings started, but then we don't know what will happen subsequently, and we can see that happening. It has now gone out of the control of those jokers. I don't think there's anybody in charge over there, sir. Three things. As far as we are concerned, we know who's taking the decisions.
You have said it.
One.
There is nobody in charge, or if the generals are in charge, they are absolutely frustrated, Ambassador Vora. They are absolutely lost it. In the manner in which they are broadening the conflict, it does not help Pakistanis. It does not help Pakistan in any manner.
The final thing is that this is now a conflict which is not going to be limited to one or the other of the wings of the armed forces. Now it's, as we say, tu sazimut, it's in all directions. And I think this is the time, sir, that we should now be climbing the ladder as fast as we can, engaging them and telling them what the consequences are of taking on a country like India.
Oh, absolutely. Saurabh, one more word with you. And, look at this picture. We have gone inside. We have targeted their air bases. Before that, we have eliminated the terror infrastructure. Before that, we have sent in drones, and the Pakistanis got so scared that these would reveal their location of their weapon systems that they did not target the drones, and they reached Rawalpindi. It's complete. And when they come this side, we down their airplanes, we down their missiles successfully. It's a complete definition. It's a complete decimation of Pakistani war machine. I mean, the Pakistani generals would have got psyched out, and the Pakistani masses would be dejected today.
Absolutely, Abhishek. That's the reason what we were speaking. They're trying to do this nuclear saber rattling. But I think what we need to do is, I completely agree with Ambassador Vora that the Pakistanis have now escalated to a level where obviously we have to respond in a fitting manner. We may have to now use our naval assets as well and make sure that we give them a fitting reply where it hurts. Because at the end of the day, what really, really requires us that we had enormous amount of stamina. We really put, I would say, a lot of patience, a lot of restraint. But now that they're trying to attack not only our civilian targets but high value assets. So whether it's Srinagar, whether trying to hit the national capital region, all this is provoking us, and we should not shy away now from getting into the next stage and using our strategic assets at our disposal in the conventional way.
Absolutely, absolutely. The conventional superiority has been proven in 3 hours, Saurabh, and it's for the rest of the world to see. And on that note, if I can go to Brigadier Rajan Jamwal, also very good evening, good morning, sir. Sorry to have made you wait, but you have seen over the last 4 hours how things have escalated, but more importantly, how India has conducted itself militarily. As a defense expert, how do you see India's war panning out from here on?
As rightly brought out, the Pakistan has put us on the accelerator, in fact, on the escalatory ladder. We are now stepped on the accelerator. And I'm sure this is going to now fan out. This is going to fan out. All the 3 services are going to get engaged. They are having their own, nuclear command. That's all a hoax. Having a meeting of the Nuclear Command Authority, basically to try to tell us, okay, we can do this, we can do that. The fact is, the Navy is de facto blocking the Karachi. We may not have struck Karachi as of now, but we are come within the range, and we can pulverize Karachi at a time of our choice. I don't know whether it's going to happen today, tomorrow, but that would be part of that. This is what Pakistan would be most scared of, because it will effectively isolate them. Couple with them, initially only some improvement of defensive postures. There are places on the line of control, rather erstwhile line of control, where we are a little on the downside. They are dominating us, especially the Punch Bulge is one major example. Of course, it was abolished in 1965. We went right up to, we de facto linked Punch and Uri through capture of Hajipur Pass, but anyway, that is history. We returned all that. So today the fact is they are dominating us, and we have been reduced to sitting in a bowl in Punch, and that is what they are taking use of. Now all these are the places where we can begin with at least starting out the line of control, and thereafter, since instead of the ladder, now they have put on a escalator. So we will see. Where does it go? How deep into POK, and probably deep into the Pakistan Punjab. How deep it goes, thereafter, it is anybody's guess. But what I think is, both sides were till now trying to, gauge each other, what we call in military terms, preparation of battlefield or battlefield isolation. Now we are trying to gauge the gaps in each other's defenses. That's why the Pakis also send, this dummy kind of drones, and
I wonder what kind of intelligence they gathered. Despite the dummy kind of drones that they sent, they were really dumb drones, perhaps, because Brigadier Jamwal, we still could strike their air bases. We could still neutralize those runways and effectively, compromise their air defenses. So obviously, the Pakistanis did not gather anything.
Because we were very, very focused. What we did was, on the first 2 nights only, we created a gap between Khanur and Fazilka. That is almost their complete Pakistan Punjab, this thing, where, their all air defense assets were neutralized. That includes the control headquarters in Lahore and some other places. So de facto, we have a free run now between Khanur and Fazilka on our side. There is a virtual free run from us.
You're talking about the Sakargarh Bulge.
Absolutely, the Shakargarh bulge is totally free for all. I mean, we can hit targets at will. There is virtually no air defense now left with that.
Okay, sorry to be interjecting, Brigadier Jamwal. Sorry to be interjecting, but there is a breaking news development coming in. A very crucial meeting taking place at the South Block. All three service chiefs at the Defence Ministry. They're going to meet the Defence Minister in the presence of the Chief of Defence Staff. Can I go to Shawan on that? Shawan, over to you. More details, please.
Well, ahead of the briefing, we are being told that the three service chiefs are currently meeting Raksha Mantri along with the Chief of Defence Staff. There's a possibility that thereafter Raksha Mantri could actually also brief the Prime Minister, given the fact that these are all options that are now being weighed. We haven't got any information with regards to whether at all they have also discussed what's exactly on the agenda right now, because what they have been able to do so far is a recap of what's happened in Srinagar, because remember that was the ongoing and the Raksha Mantri has already been informed about the fact that the matter has been brought under control in Srinagar. But having said that, remember we're talking about a major escalation on the part of the Pakistanis. First, it's a clear airspace violation. The very fact that you have Pakistani Air Force jets right inside Srinagar.
I'm losing the audio there. Can we fix the audio? Shawan is in the newsroom. Crucial meeting underway at the Defence Ministry. In fact, the meeting is already underway. All the three service chiefs together. Remember those pictures yesterday? Twice we saw the chiefs having an interaction. First with the Defence Minister and then with the Prime Minister. And this continues. The string of meetings continue to take place at the South Block, and I'm getting breaking news development coming in. It's a day of fast-paced developments. More information coming in. Adipur, Kutch, total 6 drones shot by IAF, 4 by the Nalia IAF base and 2 by the Bhuj IAF base, which means Bhuj and Nalia both were targeted by the Pakistani drones. These have been taken down, and okay, we in fact have a video of how we struck Rawalpindi, the Rahim Yar Khan base or the Noor Khan base. Let's go to it. I'll come to you, Saurabh. Just hold on to. Okay, let's listen to the nats. In the meantime, I'll get the videos running from Kutch also. Okay, these are pictures from Rawalpindi. Can we listen to the audio, please?
डाटा शाटा बंद करी छोड़ो, सब कुछ बंद करो.
I'm not getting the audio.
उना क्या खो तला रोला ना बाण. इथु जाना है इथु. माड़े नवे वाले बना. उत्थे ही टठा है भी उत्थे ही. बेस ही छटिया ने.
खान बेस ही मारने पे नहीं रहा है. और मेरा मोबाइल फोन है ना.
हाँ बनाना पे.
जी भाई जी कम पूर हो ले लग गया ना.
डाटा शाटा बंद करी छोड़ो, सब कुछ बंद करो. उना क्या खो तला रोला ना बाण. इथु जाना है इथु ही. माड़े नवे वाले बना. उत्थे ही टठा है भी उत्थे ही. बेस ही छटिया ने.
Khorasan's. The fury of Indian missiles targeting Pakistani airbase. This is right in Rawalpindi. This is next to the Pakistani army headquarters. This is 10 kilometers from Apara. We have more pictures. And you can hear those Pakistanis say, oh, the air base has been hit. The base has been hit. That's what they are saying. How long? Okay, we are breaking another, there is another breaking news development. We're keeping it fast-paced. There has been a conversation between Secretary Marco Rubio and Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir. Finally, the Americans realizing whom to talk to in Pakistan. Rubio was earlier talking to Shehbaz Sharif, and after two conversations realized it's not helping. He has finally spoken to Asim Munir and urged him to de-escalate and offered US assistance in starting constructive talks in order to avoid future conflicts. That's something which does not help. You cannot equate the victim and the perpetrator. You cannot ask them to sit together and talk. It's about inflicting costs. That's what the Americans do. Americans did not sit and talk with Osama bin Laden. Americans did not sit and talk with Taliban. Americans did not sit and talk with, they could have, but they did not, with Saddam Hussein. Saurabh, Marco Rubio talking to Pakistan Army Chief. Finally, he's realizing who called the shots in Islamabad, but it's too late, too little, too late.
You know, I'll tell you what, Abhishek, there is something else to this as well. My source is telling me that Asim Munir had also been warned about this nuclear saber rattling that we were talking about, that there will be consequences if they do not de-escalate. Obviously, the public statement has come in a manner that gives Pakistanis some face saver, but they're also putting a lot of pressure and telling them very clearly that step back, don't do this nuclear saber rattling, otherwise there will be consequences. This is what my sources are telling me, because it's very clear. India has, as I was telling you earlier in the broadcast, India has already reached out to diplomatic interlocutors, giving out Pakistan's game plan in expanding this whole theater of what we call a war now, because they have tried to hit the National Capital Region, strategic Indian bases, and also civilian targets. So clearly our messages, and now they're trying to use this whole nuclear blackmail, and that's the reason why this has been made, to give them a stern warning. This is what my sources are telling me, Abhishek.
Absolutely. There are some baseless news reports being planted by Pakistan for the consumption of their own population, that they have inflicted some damage on India's military infrastructure, including the S-400 missile system in Adampur. It does not exist in Adampur. We don't know where it exists, but it is not in Adampur because the Pakistanis have not found it there. And now another breaking news development: defense officials busting Pak propaganda that they have in any manner damaged any of India's S-400 systems. Of course, S-400 is at the vanguard of India's air defense. S-400 is India's missile defense shield, and it's working so effectively that 100% of the Pakistani missiles that have been fired at us since last night have been neutralized. Of course, S-400 might not have even been used, because apart from S-400, we have many other options available for India's air defense, and maybe they were triggered, not S-400. I'm joined I'm joined in by Editor Chief Arnab Goswami, and our broadcast rolling coverage continues of India's tough response and resolve to make sure that Pakistan pays for its misadventure.
Yeah, we are seeing obviously deliberate escalation here from the Pakistani side, Abhishek. And as you are looking at all these news reports right now, what is very clear to me is that our air defenses have worked extremely well.
Yeah.
And I think Samar is also with us this morning. Samar, what is also clear to me is that we are going again after specific targets. We are not, whatever you're hearing here about early morning explosions in Peshawar and things like that, you know, the fact of the matter is we are going after their basic and fundamental critical air assets. Yes. And we are very clear that this is part of a process of debilitation. You are targeting us with your air assets, we are hitting back at your air assets. And therefore, what is important is that we are not randomly attacking any airports. We are targeting any airports. It is with a clear intent to destroy a specific asset. Now, did they try to put the Fatah 2 missile? And what was the intent of their Fatah 2 missile, which has been intercepted? We are told it's been intercepted over Haryana airspace.
Over Sirsa.
Over Sirsa.
Yes.
So now tell me what the use of the Fatah 2 indicates to you this morning. Stay with the breaking news supers, guys. We'll keep that breaking news stickers on the ground. Thank you. Yes, please.
Basically,
also, my reporters, 1 minute. I'm just telling my desk. I would like to have all of my following reporters who are in those particular locations to be live. Samar, a quick analysis from you, then I'll go across to Zeenath.
I just want to tell the audience that Pakistan has announced its military operation codenamed Bunyan un Marus, which means that, you know, it means concrete structure. So probably this is one of the main, objective is, you know, the city areas.
Okay.
So this missile that you're saying that it has been intercepted over Haryana.
Yeah.
So probably
And in fact, what you're seeing there is of the missile. You're seeing this visual there.
Yeah,
this is of the missile. Can I take it full frame for a bit? That's fantastic. Now, there's an audio over it also. Let's play the ambience. Is a Pakistani Fatah 2 missile, the debris which has been caught over Haryana and which is being taken away. And can you tell us more about this particular visual that we are seeing about this missile which has been caught, the intent and what is the kind of target that they were looking at?
Basically, Arnab, this is Fatah 2 missile. Its range is 400 kilometers.
Yes.
And I think it's sheer logic that for which city this missile was supposed to be going to.
Yeah.
So the trajectory logically said it was meant for Delhi.
Yeah.
Because Fatah 2 has a range of 400 kilometers. Fateh 1 has a range of approximately 150 to 200 kilometers. So this was definitely meant for Delhi, which has been intercepted. So I think...
So they were obviously there, as of now, they are doing random hitting. They're doing random hitting, so they are looking for quick escalation from their side. Are you saying that we are still... I mean, let me just pause a minute there. Let me go across to Zeenath, please. Zeenath, are you there with us? Can you tell us your location? Good morning, Zeenath. Zeenath.
Good morning, Arnab.
Can I get your early morning reports from the Kashmir
Srinagar
Valley,
airport, which is on the red.
Yeah.
Arnab, we're reporting from outside the Srinagar International Airport, and this place has been kept entirely on the red zone. This is we're just outside the Srinagar Airport, and you see the mobile bunkers that have been stationed here, plus the makeshift bunker is there, which is guarded by the BSF and CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir police. The movement on the Srinagar International Airport is minimal. Hardly you see the residents of this locality are allowed to move out. Rest, nobody is allowed to go to near to all these installation, because apart from the Srinagar International Airport, this locality has IF. You have the Border Security Force headquarters and some more important installations in the area. As we have been seeing in the Lasjan area, as I have been pointing out since morning, that this is the Lasjan area where the missile component, the Haft missile, which is Iranian missile, the component has been found, and the explosive was heard Since morning, the drones were hovering in the sky. The panic button has been pressed because Pakistan is trying to escalate the situation on ground. You say yesterday in MEA press conference and compare it with the day before yesterday. Day before, there was a clear leak coming from the government of India. If Pakistan wants to stop here, they can. But yesterday, there was no option given by the foreign secretary in the press conference. No option was given by the Indian government that Pakistan should stop. See, this is a war that is escalating every day. We've been seeing the Pakistan targeting installations.
Zeenat, I'll have to go across to Pathankot for a while because Lalit is now at the place, Zeenat, where the debris fell. Lalit, आप मेरे साथ हैं इस वक्त. आपकी लोकेशन बताइए इस वक्त और आप जहाँ पे हैं वहाँ पे हिट हुई है मुझे कहा गया है.
बिल्कुल अर्नब, फिलहाल इस वक्त अगर मैं तस्वीरें बताऊं तो इस वक्त मैं पठानकोट के माजरा गांव में मौजूद हूं और जिस तरह से जानकारी मिली है कि सुबह के समय लगभग 4:30 बजे जो ड्रोन्स है उनको यहाँ पर जो है वो भेजा गया था और फिलहाल जो इंडियन डिफेंस सिस्टम है उन्होंने तमाम तरह से उनको न्यूट्रलाइज कर दिया था, उनको नष्ट कर दिया था. फिलहाल जो ये इम्पैक्ट आप देख रहे हैं माजरा गांव में जहां पर करीबन 2 फीट का जो गड्ढा है वो हो गया है और सबसे जो रहमत की बात रही है कि ये कोई रिहायशी जो जगह है वहां पर नहीं गिरा है क्योंकि ये जो ओपन फील्ड है वहां पर ये गिरा है जिससे किसी तरह का कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ है. इसके अलावा अगर हम बात करें चाहे अमृतसर की बात करें, अमृतसर में भी सुबह खासा जो एरिया है वहां पर जो ड्रोन है उनको वहां पर देखा गया था और खास तौर पर उनको भी लगातार उनको वहां पर न्यूट्रलाइज.
एक मिनट ललित मैं तुरंत आपके पास वापस आ रहा हूं. मैं बस आई वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम एयर मार्शल संजीव कपूर. गुड मॉर्निंग Air Marshal. We just have a statement here from the defense sources. First of all, they have denied any impact on the S-400 system, but they have also said that Pakistani armed drones have been neutralized over Amritsar. And the latest statement of the Ministry of Defense says that this is major escalation. They've said that this continued escalation across the Western Front through drone incursions and munitions is a matter of grave concern. And there were multiple armed drones which were detected over the Khasa Cant, Amritsar. Our air defense units responded, swiftly intercepting and neutralizing all hostile UAVs. This blatant attempt to violate sovereignty of India and endanger civilian lives is unacceptable. Now, if I can ask you, sir, how are you reading the present moves? We were told earlier that they were using. And by the way, this is visuals coming in from Jalandhar. This is Jalandhar of a projectile impact. So we're projectiles, drones. How are you viewing this nature of escalation? And it seems quite random because if you are seeing the locations here, Air Marshal, they're over open fields. They're not hitting any specific areas. Many of them, of course, have been neutralized, so the debris is falling on the ground. How are you viewing this? Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, which direction is this taking, sir?
Good morning, Arnab, and
morning,
good morning to the fellow panelists.
Yes, sir.
See, if you have observed last 3 nights, there has been a pattern. The major conflict begins at night. And in flying also, the most critical thing is night ops.
Yes, sir.
So when we train people, because the difficulty level goes up many folds by night. For a pilot, for a radar, for tracking, for other things, targeting, everything is difficult by night. So usually the pattern is to up the ante by night ops. Now, yesterday was a defining change in the activities which have been happening in last 2 to 3 days. We have struck because relentless Turkish drones have been being sent into Indian side, 300 of them, 400 of them, and our air defense systems have been working round the clock to make sure that none of them enter. And right from Leh till Creek, the extent has been touched, and it's basically irritating the air defense system. Now, the turning point in my appreciation came is when we have struck their air bases, and most important is the Noor Khan Air Base. Now, what is the relevance? In my appreciation, this is the heart of GHQ Pakistan. This airfield was called Chaklala airfield, and both in 1965 and 71 war, this airfield played a very important role. There is Pakistani Military Academy, and just a short distance from here is GHQ headquarters. So a few years ago, it was renamed as Noor Khan Air Base. But the GHQ headquarter proximity being hit by us last night has actually rattled them. And these missiles which were fired, maybe towards Delhi, because Rawalpindi is just adjacent to Islamabad, so they would have felt that we are reaching the capital, so they would have fired. Now this missile which has been intercepted last night, maybe by, I have no news and knowledge, I'm just guessing by our S-400s, is basically originally a Chinese and a North Korean made WS-W2 missiles, which they have renamed as per their nomenclature as Fateh 1 and 2. The characteristics and this thing is all same. And they must have targeted something over our NCR region, in my appreciation. And that has been successfully intercepted and taken down close to Sirsa. That's what the news channel is indicating. And other projectiles, that this thing is run of the mill. But to take battle to Sakar is in the Sindh area, in south of Punjab area of Pakistan, to have struck their airbase there. India is, I think, so exploring options to engage direct military targets. Because in any conflict, in any war, the first target are the airfields. Because once you, take the airfields out of action, the enemy aircrafts cannot get airborne and inflict damage. So the beginning of any campaign is with suppressing of air defense elements, which we have seen in last 2 to 3 days. The next step is to take out the airfields, which has just commenced today. I don't know how long will it continue. Would they retaliate? Would we do another preemptive or proactive attack today? I'm not sure. But this is the natural thing unfolding. And what has rattled, I think so, our leadership and think tanks is that India had been canvassing for last many days through our help and other Western allies to make sure that Pakistan does not get this IMF tranche of $1.4 billion, which got approved yesterday. So this somehow gives me a feeling that, the real friends in shape of not so good, well-meaning colleagues is more threat than a direct enemy. So there has been on social media and on media's absolute silence from key functionaries. There is, I'm sure, clandestine help must be coming through other means to support their arms. And this money, of course, they have said we will use for humanitarian needs and our agriculture and other needs. But I'm sure it will find its way to procure arms, ammunition and weapons. So somewhere, I don't know, I have a feeling that some bodies outside our ecosystem want this to continue for long, this conflict. This is my appreciation.
Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, when we are seeing, I mean, the only question in my mind is we are seeing these projectiles back to back. Now, I want you to stay with us for a while. I'm going to a reporter, but don't go away. I was told you have to go away somewhere. Just stay for a while here, because I want to just go across once. We have Gursimran right now. In Gursimran, what's your present location, please? Gursimran, you went to the Shambhu temple, which was attacked, I'm told.
Yes. Yes, Arnab, I have been to Shambhu temple that was targeted by the Pakistani projectile. But right now, I'm at the Aranya Indo-Pakistan international border, and this is the area that is now being pounded. The shells from the Pakistanis. Pakistan is using the heavy mortar shells to target this area. This area on the other side has been cleared by the forces, that though no civilians are being allowed to venture on that side, because see, our entire population that lives there, 10 to 15,000 is the number of population that resides here. All the population have been asked to vacate the area. Reason being that Pakistan is now resorting to the such law that they are targeting the civilian areas using the heavy artillery. This has never been the track that Pakistan follows, because they have this time breached the red light. There have been projectiles that are being fired from across the border, and also the targeting of the civilians. I want to go back to Sanjeev Kapoor, because this present projectile of Fatah 2 neutralized near Sirsa
How far would that be from Delhi?
Sisha would be, you could say, approximately 150 kilometers more.
150 kilometers
We
or so
were in
from
range. Delhi is in range.
So Fatah 2 has been fired in this direction.
400 kilometers range.
I know 400 kilometers range out here. So they're trying to take this battle to another level. If I were to ask here, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, what quick option do we have? Because now it has become a question of intent. It has become a question of clarity. This night war, this at some point, obviously international efforts are continuing for de-escalation, but they have to apply on Pakistan and they are not applying. And they're obviously not working on Pakistan. They do not want to de-escalate. The choice is very much theirs because they're under some kind of a political pressure. They need to show some success, and with each failure, they will become more and more desperate. That is my question to you. In this situation, what would a desperate Pakistan do?
See, I remember when I was with you in the studios and we did discuss that why India is taking so long in the preparatory phase. Sometimes delayed action in a war or warlike situation that is now is by design. We could have upped the ante on the first day itself. We could have struck so many targets. Why are we slowly building up the pressure? There must be some reason for it. And in war or in any conflict, you have to, and we have, these 14 days or 15 days which we have taken to build up to reach this level. I'm sure we would have worked till the 20th step on the ladder. And what all is needed to reach the step, and of course the last option is the nuclear option, which the enemy has been propagating through their ministers. None of the Pakistani military person ever has gone on media or on any rostrum to say that we will use nuclear weapons. It is invariably their political masters who they have kept, at the face, generally give, and most of their tactics is for their internal consumption. Because if whatever inputs are coming from across, their narrative is that they are creating extensive damage over India. They have shot down large number of our aeroplanes, large number of our air bases are out of action, and we are in a huddle, and the Indians don't know where it has hit them. Some videos they are posting wherein they are saying people are stocking up petrol, food grains and this thing in places in North India. So this is the normal tactics. And I've been telling on your forum also, I came the other day and said, that is a wonderful country where the army uniformed people are paying, giving last rites to a terrorist. And that terrorist on whom the US has put bounty. The same terrorist, the uniformed people, their wreath has been laid by the chief of army staff.
But I think we are continuing. I think the visuals from the Noor Khan airbase are sensational out here. Air Marshal, I want to play it full frame once again. You have the NAT sound also. This is what you need to see, viewers. So what you are seeing is, please compare empty projectiles and drone debris falling in India as opposed to this kind of attack at the Noor Khan airbase in Rawalpindi. Let's play this. Audio up. How much damage would a hit like that cause?
लाटा शाटा बंद करी छोड़ो, सब कुछ बंद करो.
There's complete fear in the heart of Rawalpindi. You see these pictures. I've always been contrasting them since yesterday, Air Marshal. That on the one side you're seeing drone debris, you're seeing empty debris, you're seeing debris of a Fatah 2 interception. On the other side, you're seeing some real solid hits. How much would that airbase be hit? How much damage would we have caused, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, through that hit?
See, the films which I'm seeing, which are being put behind where you're seated on the screen, indicates that the damage is quite substantial. And if it has hit their fuel storage or a weapon storage area, the damage would be much more. But the real thing which these strikes target is to make the runway dysfunctional. Once the runway is dysfunctional, the huge craters are created so that no aircraft can get airborne or land at these runways. And it takes time for these air bases to be patched and repaired and brought back. But mind you, Arnab, my issue which I flagged earlier also is tokenism is more important at this stage. Now, why it is important? Why they could have come and attacked anything in India? Why did they come, the terrorists, and attack Indian Parliament? They attacked Indian Parliament because that is the hub center of our democratic setup. So sometimes it is, for optics that certain things are carried out. India could have struck this anyway. But why did we pick up Noor Khan, that is the Chaklala Air Base of Rawalpindi? Because for the optics, the narrative which they would have been building up to their own people, that they are unsurmountable, that they are the only saviors this country has ever produced, that nothing in this country without their support and help would be coming, to a large extent of the social media era would be, bared now. Because Chaklala, it is next to the Pakistani military college. It is very next to the GHQ headquarters. So the message which I said on your channel the other day also, that if you can take out with precision weapons the targets which are just close. Now Mudirke is just about 20 kilometers from Lahore, and we took out the air defense system of Lahore 2 nights ago, and we have struck the Chaklala Air Base last night. So these are messages to them at every stage, so as to call rap on the knuckles to say that you wake up, that you wake up, that you wake up. And this message is probably to the military and the general masses that we can strike any time at any place. That's my take. I have no other knowledge and information or to the real extent of damage.
It's not working.
This.
Yeah, I understand that. I'd like to go across. Right now to Soumya. I think Soumya has an update on the search operation which is on for the Pakistani pilot in the Srinagar area. There are 2 Pakistani pilots who are there in the Srinagar area. Can you update us, Soumya? Over to you, Soumya. Location and what's happening around you. Soumya.
Yes, well, right now we are here in a Yusmarg area of Kashmir, and now, as per the defense forces, sources within the defense forces, one of the Pakistani fighter jets was brought down here in the Yusmarg area. Now, I'll pan my camera here so that I can give you a sense of the kind of location it is. So it is a proper dense forest. As we go into the interiors of Yusmarg, it is a proper dense forest, and as we speak, this area has been completely taken over by security forces, because